All right, so we have used 3 characters so far, chat. We beat the dragon with Revenant. We did Sentient Pest with Recluse. And then we did what? Gaping Jaw and Duchess? I believe. So we have 5 bosses left. I could do Augur on Iron Eye, but I don't really want to yet. Augur is kind of like an easy fight anyways. I don't know. I think our plan was to use Wilder for Tricephalos, I believe. Because you can run away from them in the split phase like really easily with the grapple hook. I was thinking about just doing Doggo with Wilder, I think. Because I think our plan was we're gonna do Wilder for Tricephalos, and then we're gonna do Iron Eye for Augur, and then it's I don't know. I think I want to use Guardian for Night Aspect, or maybe Raider. But Raider is also good for Libra because you can stun him. You can like punch through his bubble, which is kind of nice. I don't know if I'd say Guardian is awesome against Libra. It was okay. I mean, we could do Dark Drift Knight with Executor. That might be good. I don't know. The thing is, Libra should die before he does too many of the bubbles anyways. Yeah, you can bleed and Frostbite Libra with Executor, but you can also do it on Dark Drift Knight, I'm pretty sure. It's just getting the lightning interrupt on Dark Drift Knight is kind of useful, and like on Executor I kind of just want to use his starting weapon. But I mean, we could always find a lightning weapon and like switch to it when we need to interrupt him, I guess. I mean, I could put lightning on the starting armament, but the way I have him built, that wouldn't really be a good idea, I don't think. Because, I mean, I have bleed, frostbite, and poison. And it's just going to be better. I think it would be better just to find a lightning weapon. But if I don't find any lightning weapon, then... yeah, I don't know, that's kind of shitty. You know, I do wonder, though, if, like, a lightning pot can do enough... I feel like a lightning pot may be able to just interrupt him instantly. I have never actually tried it, but it probably does. Yeah, I mean, Executor's weapon starts with bleed. Not in 3 players? Yeah, maybe it's different in solo. The thresholds might be different. Honestly, these two combos are actually so nice though, because you just get. Well, I don't know how much the attack power up buff is when you're facing the enemies afflicted by the whatever, but I think it's like 10% or maybe 15%. Either way, I mean, it is a lot of damage. Hey, Brog Boy, thank you for the 27 months. Am I going for Dark Drift? Not yet. I think I was going to do Tricephalos first. I mean, I could do Dark Drift Knight already. I don't know. It's been a while since I played Executor. I mean, we could do this, I guess. Why not? I don't actually have lightning. What do you mean it glitches on him? I don't have lightning though. I have poison and chilling mist. Doesn't break him if you have another status. Oh, really? That's weird. Two-handed moveset with Executor is so slow. Yeah, I mean that's why it's better just to like one hand. Pretty much. Sometimes like I don't know. I feel like killing these enemies is nice just for getting like early levels, because I mean these enemies are like very easy. I don't think you can status affect any of this guy. Like the slowest kill ever. That's so terrible. That was so bad. Oh my goodness. Oh, I need lightning. Okay, I guess we're gonna go north. But I don't know. This like Evergaol boss combo is kind of sus. Like I kind of don't like going there. But there is a lightning camp here, which I kind of want to check. Oh, it's another flower. I wish I had some... Oh, I have catch flame. I wonder if that's somehow better to use still. It's nice doing guard counters. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Almost dead. That was, maybe not my best. Does this do poise damage? I hate this boss so much. It's so fucking bad. Oh wait, you're right, I do have a club. Bro, the fucking lock-on in this game is so dog shit. Fucking lock on to the enemy that I'm fighting. This fucking dude, this Evergaol is so trash. It's unbelievable. It's like the worst Evergaol ever. Honestly, probably worth doing this. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna ult. These are some epic boss fights we got going on here. Bare's bouquet. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Fucking spellcaster executor over here. I can't enter that one. I want to get this church. It's like not sure if I should. Yeah, you can get Dragon Communion Seal. All right. The Lightning Rune. Have I gotten the cord yet? Nope. Still have never seen it. Surprisingly enough. Oh my. Holy shit, gentlemen. I hate how, like, every enemy can just attack you at the same time. Occasionally. Like... Bro, what the fuck is this? Oh my... Falling off the goddamn cliff. 17-hit combo, my favorite. Classic. Should stand in line. Well, it's just the thing is there is mechanics in the game to prevent enemies from ganging up on you like that. But sometimes they just don't respect it at all. A fucking bow with lightning? Are you kidding me? This is such... I think this is such a bad run, man. And now we're in the crappy part of the... We're in the crappy part of the map where there's, like, nothing. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we've got crazy poise. We're just gonna clear this camp, I guess. And tell you're enjoying this. Listen, I'm trying not to die, man. Like... I almost just fucking died and lost 2 hours of my life, so... That's nice. We have a ton of damage negation at full health. Bye. Another albinuric bow, yes, my favorite. I mean, we're level 7. It's not great. I don't know. It's like going to the castle is good. Going to the castle is good at the start, but it's also kind of dangerous. Or anything good. There's Golden Vow. Doesn't last very long, though. I can't really go to a mine right now, but the tree is right next to a mine. So we can... We can go to the mine after... I'm just gonna go in here and see if I can get a stone sword key. I mean, castle on first day is like the best, but in a no death run, it's kind of dangerous. I have fucking massive increase on poise, dude. We have 96% damage negation at full health. Well, it's... I don't really know how the multipliers work, actually. Oh, it's the hands. What is the hands, chat? Can't remember. Centipede? Oh. Epic. Really? Let's kill the boss down here and go into the mine. Oh, it's a tree sentinel. Yeah, we can kill the tree sentinel. No problem. I know I kind of hate waiting here, but I also... Oh, I still took fucking shit damage. Okay. And bats. Frostbite procs. Bolt of Grand Sax. Well, should be a good weapon to interrupt him with, or maybe we should just use that. I don't know. That's a lightning weapon. Alright, gentlemen, chill. What the fuck? He's going crazy. I honestly thought my attack was gonna miss there and he was gonna hit me. So he has a grab? Why do I feel like these guys are so... Like, what the hell are these attacks? I don't really remember those attacks very well. In base Elden Ring, they do like 2 attacks, I swear. They're not changed from base Elden Ring. Do they really have a grab? Because I don't remember that at all, but... I don't know, I mean, I've had challenge runs where I've had to fight those guys for a while. I guess I'm just not remembering. Junk. All right, well, I mean, we got a lightning weapon. Pretty lucky that we got a lightning weapon, but we did get one. Let me get this church over here. Maybe kill the boss here if it's... Oh, it's a fucking moose. I don't know. I mean, we could probably just shoot our lightning spear at him. I really too early there. That's actually a nice effect, because, I mean, we do have poison. That's good. Alright, well, oh, we have the mountain. Interesting. We're gonna go upgrade our weapon. The merchant up here. Storm of red lightning while walking. I don't know if that's good. I'm not sure how often we're gonna trigger walking effects either, apart from if we're healing. Yeah, but I'm not really going to use the parry stance, is the thing. We might as well just ult. Okay, that. kind of concerned me. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I hate how quickly you get the... you get the frickin' runes from killing the boss so fast in this game. It's like... you have to be so quick with using the foul foot. Kind of obnoxious, honestly. I don't know, they're all useless. Guy's like so resistant to frostbite. What? Holy shit, that's doing so much damage. Damn, this does so much damage. I guess he's weak to... yeah. Wow. Nothing I want at all. Lightning attack power. I mean, we could get rid of one of our damage negation at full health. We don't really need so much. Whatever. Oh, did I forget to upgrade to purple? Wow. Whoops. My bad. I mean, we can do it before the final boss. Anyways. You hate these pots? Yeah. Yeah, they're a little annoying. Improved HP restoration is nice. Hey, Mega God Vader, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you. Nameless King. Again? Tried to parry it. Did not work. I had one run earlier where that attack hit me like so early. I was worried that was gonna happen. Poison frogs? Can you not poison him? I think Glint Blade is the best. Because even though, like, improved stance breaking is good, but the Glint Blade is basically improved stance breaking, but in a different form. But even better. And it does damage. Yeah. The big Glint Blade better than the tiny ones? I think so. Cinema. He got absolutely destroyed. That was like... That was just stupid. Holy damage. Stone sword key and +3 endurance. This one is kind of close to being good. The attack power increase after using grease items, the buff lasts for like 30 seconds, and I think it's like 10 or 15%. It's not bad. Well, the guard could be good if it was on like wait, what? The art gauge charge from guarding, that's actually really good on Guardian, because you can get your ult back like really quickly. And the attack power increase after using grease is pretty good, but Rain of Arrows is not good. Not good at all. Revenant guard counter build, yeah. Alright, well, he got absolutely destroyed. We got 4 left. We have Iron Eye, Guardian, Wilder, and Raider. We could do Wilder on Tricephalos, I guess. We have Tricephalos, Augur, Libra, and Night Aspect left. Yeah, I just figured Wilder's good for the dogs because I can just grapple away during the second phase just for safety. Is it still a speedrun? I mean, the timer's just there for fun. It's not really a... We're not going for world record or anything. It's just kind of for the hell of it. Wonder who he's going to pick for Augur. Yeah, I know. Who? I wonder who. I don't know. I mean, I think Wilder... I'm not sure exactly what character I want to use where necessarily. I think I was going to use Guardian for Night Aspect and just like guard counter like crazy. Yeah, I'm going to use Iron Eye for Augur. Like, Wilder was also really good for Night Aspect. I don't know. I mean, they're all good. It doesn't really matter that much. I need to just... I should just go. Raider is really good for Libra. Wilder for Augur. No thanks. Alright, well, let's do the doggo with Wilder, I guess. We actually almost died on that last run though. We got down to fucking like 2% health during the Crystalian fight because he did his magic bullshit, and that actually hurts like a lot. Oh, do I not have the skill follow-up on him? Unless is it... Oh, there we go. I mean, yes, I have fire damage, but... And it's only 3% damage. Like, 3% is so little. I feel like the Scorpion Charms don't really do anything. Like, the negative is so little. It's better than nothing. Yeah, but it's a 15% damage increase on 12 damage. Which is AK nothing. Best character for you? I mean, it depends what fight I'm doing more than anything. Might as well just blast this guy. I'm gonna get my ult back anyways. Saves us time. This one has bleed on it. That's good. I do need to use the grapple on Wilder more because it does, you know, it does actually save time. Hard to remember to use it. I don't know if it was worth coming to this camp, to be honest, but whatever. We barely have any levels. I don't know, the castles are just such low. And the circle is not good for us. We should be able to kill this guy though. Luckily he roars like a million times to start the fight. No, I'm just gonna ult him. I know he has barely any health left, but I don't want to waste any more time than I need to. Not in the mood to get memed right now. I should have taken the Spirit Spring there, I think. Oh, that's okay. What's up, Cherno? Can't even do this camp, man. Oh my god, dude. Oh, great. Dude. I need to get a holy camp. Okay, let's stop fucking around here. We're just wasting our time, honestly. I do want to go to the merchant, though. I just have no poise, dude. Can't attack. I get stunned by anything and everything. What am I doing? It's a colossal, though. Do I want to use it? Oh. I want to go kill this holy camp. I don't know what I'm doing, man. Nightreign server maintenance tomorrow. Oh shit. I don't want those weapons. I mean, I could just power stance with the magic claymore. Power stancing is pretty good. Did I do the survey for Nightreign? No, I don't think so. I'll probably do this. Why is it always the fucking Crystalians, man? Alright. I mean, we've got a good build here, and it's just Tricephalos anyways. Yeah, Larks and I played a few matches. We played a decent bit. I've mainly done solo though, to be fair. I can never remember what enemies equals what boss, to be honest. Demi-human duo? Okay. You can just ult at the start here. I'll get shredded. Oh. I don't really like the gradual. I don't know. It's like okay, but it's dangerous, especially for like a no death run. So I'm not grabbing that. Do we have any special merchant? Doesn't look like it. It's definitely not a trap. Like, it can be good. I actually need to be careful. Like, I'm not kidding. These guys are actually fucking dangerous. The bubble blowers, like, they have this attack where they summon like 1,000,000 bubbles beneath you, and that shit is actually insanely like dangerous. I don't know if we should go up here, but I'm going to. I'm not really sure where to go. I guess we'll go over this way. There is a boss. Like, we'll go castle at the end of the day. Because we could do the boss. Well, there's no boss here because it's frost map, but we could do the boss here and this, and then go towards the castle, I guess. I want to go back down to the south and get this like church, but I don't think we'll really need it. What's up, Zaz? We do need to be careful with this guy. Can combo like so hard. It's this will get successive attacks. I'd like to get damage negation at full health. That would be preferred. All right, well. I shouldn't be bothering with these pleb enemies. We need to just go to the castle, I think. We don't really have any good holy weapon. Holy. We've got good items, though. Rivers of blood. I mean, I don't know. We could just power stance with the 2 magic great swords. That's probably our best damage for the boss, I reckon. Always the trolls, man. We don't need the stone sword key anymore. I was gonna say, we should be able to stagger him really easily. Mind if I do? There we go. That's a great sword. Illyria's tree. my god, I'm bouncing off of everything that exists. Alright, well, let's go to the mountain. We've got good enough weapons. We're chilling. Oh, I really don't have enough to level. Oh. Yeah, I know there's the little arrow. I just wasn't really paying attention. I just assumed I had enough. Just one page? Oh, come on. Alright, well, I mean, we could use Siluria's tree. I don't know. I don't know which one's better. Not good. I mean, we're against a boss that's weak. We're against a boss that's like weak to yeah, Ice Storm on Sprint is good, but I would rather stun the boss. Whatever, let's just go. Why do I not get the Wending Grace? Because if I use it, then the run's over. Chill, gentlemen. There we go. Honestly, the Black Blade. Black Blade seems pretty good. Oh, wow. Actually a good relic? Pause champ. Strength, holy attack power. Huh, it's like 2 decent-ish relics. My relics, yeah. I have the Whetstone, the Wilder's Earring, and then Knight of the Baron. It's all just stuff that you can get guaranteed. Honestly, he has like one of the best remembrance relics in the game. Like this one, fire on ult, additional skill use and stamina recovery per attack. It's just, that's insane. So good. That one is kind of mid. You're fucking tripping. The follow-up attack one is kind of bait. I think the follow-up attack's okay. I mean, I don't think it's... Like, obviously damage is still king, so, you know, a relic with attack up for each Evergaol beaten, and then, you know, attack up with great swords is probably the best, but that's also completely fucking random, so... But yeah, the Bloodborne relic is really good. The thing is, you don't have to do the follow-up attack. And yeah, I mean, it constantly buffs your weapon, which is pretty good. Alright, we have Guardian, Iron Eye, and Raider left. Honestly, I think we do Raider for Libra, just so we could punch through his sigil phase. Raider's roll is awful for Libra. It's just a normal roll, though. What do you mean? Libra, I mean, I don't know what the best character for Libra is, but Raider is definitely okay. But we are gonna need to... We are gonna need to be careful still. Mainly just like, we need to make sure to get Madness resist. What does status effect even mean? I wonder how much Madness resist on it even, like, does. It does much of anything. I think we just go for it. Yeah, we did Executor before. Alright, let's do Libra. Oh shit, Zaz, thank you for the 123 months, man. Did I? No, I didn't forget any split. We still have 3 bosses left. Oh, we got a town chat. Honestly, I probably should have slept the mountain away. I don't really like the mountain. Genuinely. Why is everyone a crossbow guy? What the hell? Is that normal? Losing on Raider at the start. I thought it might happen for a second there. Kind of scared me, I'm not gonna lie. Every single enemy was like a ranged enemy. Also, it's all fucking sleep camps, which like I'm not really a fan of. I think I want to go to this castle. It's so far away though. Left the talisman. Yeah, it's probably something shit anyways. Let's be real. I did not want to riposte this guy, but stunned him in one hit. Alright, let's go. Guess we go to the Evergaol. I don't know, I want to go to the church, but the church is so far away. Oh, they're both colossals. Oh, we already got power stance. Well, that's good. I don't know, it's like, I don't feel like I need to grab these, but at the same time I do, just in case things get sketchy and, you know, I don't know, because you're only guaranteed, how many flasks are you guaranteed if you don't pick up the churches? Is it 4 or 5? Yeah, I know. It's literally has halberd in the name and it's a colossal weapon. It's so troll. Yeah, you can see weapon type, but honestly, it should just be visible from the start. Honestly. I'm gonna take the HP. more max HP, sure. Don't mind if I do. Just want to find some damage negation stuff. More than anything. And also some... I would really like some madness boluses. Oh, come on. Like madness resist. Actually, I shouldn't have bought that. Well, that's really good. Like that. You fucking tell where it's going. It went like straight up in the air. What was that about? This raid is really good for us, actually. Not that we need it to hit level 15, but... How far away is this dude? I guess we're gonna go over to this castle and then get the church. I don't know, there's a Valiant Gargoyle over there, but I don't want to mess with that guy. He's gonna do a lot of fucking damage. I'm gonna hold here. I'm taking damage boost, damage negation, that's good. Yeah, the totem does give a damage boost. Honestly, I think we just upgrade both of our current weapons. I don't think I'm going to use charge attacks, truthfully. And I'll grab it for now, I guess. I think maybe we go up to the Evergaol here. I don't know if I should eat the Madness Bolus or keep it. I think it's better to eat it, because like, yeah, we want the resistances more than anything. Oh, we're actually like right next to it. I don't know if the taking damage boost damage negation stacks. If it does, I'm gonna grab. It might, but I don't know if it does. Oh, resistances. That's so good. Huge, actually. That's so good. All right. I know, like, successive attacks negate damage doesn't stack. Yeah, jumping attacks is basically your best damage on Raider. Like, if you can get colossal weapons, jump attacking is just really, really, really good. You just do so much damage. And so much. The main thing, well, it's like, it's good damage, but the main thing is, dude, I have gotten this fight so many times. The main thing is, like, the posture break. Yeah, well, the issue is Raider's moveset is kind of ass, so it's better just to spam jump attack. Like, spamming jump attack is probably like double the DPS, and I'm not even kidding. I tried to ult. Well, we're gonna go kill the sleep camp, I guess. Because I want to go the town. Yeah, I'm gonna go to a mine as well. Yeah, I feel like they made these rune bears a little too tanky. Like, coming here day one is kind of awful. Like, how many runes does he give? 6,600 for that? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I should use that or my starting weapon. I mean, we're on... Actually, I don't know. I think... Isn't Libra weak to fire? I actually should have taken the fire one. I forgot. What's up, Blanks? Like how his head falls on the ground like every time. And they jump around like... Weak to Holy More. Well, I don't have a Holy Weapon. But it still would have been better to grab that fire weapon. Oh well. My mistake. Man, I cleared this camp just so I can get some runes for the merchant, but it barely gave anything. That was terrible. I probably shouldn't have leveled up, honestly. Kinda sucks. There's so much good stuff, but I can only buy... And then it's like it's another sleep camp up there. I don't know, man. Whatever. We're gonna go take the tree. This entire right side of the map is like completely cleaned out. Oh, there's a... Oh. All right. Well, we're gonna go... I don't know. We kind of want to go to the mine. Maybe we go down this way, do the Evergaol, and do the mine, I guess. I don't know. I think we have enough time to go into the mine. We kind of have to. Well, we don't have to, but... I think if we go right now, we'll have enough time. The circle is still pretty far away. I mean, the mine is easy. It's just... You don't want to get stuck in the mine with the circle hitting you thing. Just need damage negation at full health, and then we're in like good shape. All right, well, time to go to the castle. We'll kill the castle, get level 15, and then... I hope they add more to this game. I mean, yeah, you're not the only one. Improved critical hits is good. I mean, we're going to be getting a lot of riposts, so... Fucking hate this enemy. You're so annoying, dude. It's insane. Oh, it's a great hammer. Wait, do I have a... I mean, it's probably better for me to use the great hammer power stance. The brick plus the beast claw. He is weaker to holy. Poison, rot, I don't know, whatever, they both suck. You got that for the holy damage? Yeah, well, Libra is weakest to holy damage. You didn't know. Besides madness. Well, madness isn't a damage type, though. Honestly, I'm scared of this guy. Like, I don't... Die, please. I'm really scared of this guy. He can kill you so easily. A great axe. I mean, I have a bleed great axe, so I could... I like how this is also called a great axe, but it's not. That's so confusing. We have... Dude, we have we had 3 different combinations of like... I mean, I think that the Great Axe plus the bleed is gonna be the best. Like, bleeding is very good. It's gonna take a while to hit a bleed proc, but... That didn't take that long on this guy. And we can double freeze grease them too. So we're gonna have frost, bleed, and holy. Yeah, that's gonna be good. There's Golden Vow. We don't need that since we're gonna use these two. I do wish I had damage negation at full HP though. I mean, it's possible we can get it from the final boss. I think it's Godskin Duo, yeah. What? I tried to get the riposte, but... We'll take the damage negation, that's good. I mean, we got a little bit of madness resist on this run, so that's good. And the Opaline hard tier, that's great. And... steadily restores HP. Okay, that's good. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna need much more than that. I think I buffed a little too early. I got fucked up, guys. Come on, man. Let me riposte. Right. Feeling cute. I mean, this isn't bad for Guardian, I guess. 3 health, stance breaking. Zolt is boring. And it's okay. It gives damage buff to the whole team, which is pretty... I mean, it's like 15% damage for 30 seconds. You've guarded against enemies. Well, okay, so the thing is, I think the relic that draws enemy attention while guarding, I don't think it's like if you're just holding block, like you actually need to block the enemy. I believe. Alright, well, we have Iron Eye and Guardian left, so... Guess we can do our Iron Eye on Augur now. stacks with his skill relic. Are you saying that the relic that makes you get damage when you get hit, you're saying that stacks? Or no, I know what you mean. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know that. I mean, they're separate relic effects, so why wouldn't they stack? You missed the troll jumping down. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know where I should go. I think I'm gonna go to this castle. Periodical glint blades, that's good. The main thing I'm concerned about is getting, like, when... Wait, did I not check? Oh, I didn't check the fucking key there. Well, we can jump back up, actually, that's okay. I don't even think I should go out of my way for this, but I'm doing it. Probably overkill. What is that red dot? I don't know. It's either a crater event or like an invasion event, but... Damn, that's unlucky. can't. Oh, nice. Honestly, this place sucks. We don't want to mess with this. But we do, however... I really... I just do not like being in the swarm on these fucking squishy classes, dude. It's scary. Oh my god, it's a fucking deathbird over there. Okay. We do not want to aggro that deathbird. He can one-shot us. I heal up though. If we have the damage negation at full health, he shouldn't be able to one-shot us, but we just want to make sure we don't get his attention. Honestly, I think maybe we just go through the mine. Can he sleep resist bolus? Oh. Go into the mine and get our weapon to purple. Yeah, the DTS hitting you from a mile away is really fucked up. You get so many glint blades here, it's insane. Slightly concerned about our level situation though. We're not doing like super hot full life. Epic flower kill, dude. On aim mode, his attacks go faster. I don't believe you. Tried them? No. Seems the same to me. I don't know. So there's like a YouTuber out there who I don't know. I'm pretty sure put out a video that's like, you need to aim, you need to free aim all of your shots. And it's like, now I have people constantly coming into my chat being like, you need to free aim. Why aren't you free aiming? You need to aim for the head. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, we can go to this camp here. That's good. Ooh, resistances, that's good. We do not want to get slept. I'm gonna get the taking damage boost damage negation just in case. Dude, it's so many glint blades this thing summons, it's crazy. Was that summon 10? Yeah, many versus multiple. Did the mark just proc? Yes, it did. Oh my god. That was like so much more delayed than I was expecting. I hate that he chips me down so I don't get my damage negation at full health. I'm not really sure. I guess we go... I think we're gonna go over to the Evergaol, and then we'll work our way west. Maybe do the boss up here. I don't want to go down this way. I mean, we should probably head to the castle as well. Fight Deathbird? Let's not. How about no? There you go. Hey Mickey, thank you for the 14 months. It's kind of shit. I guess marking them all and then ulting. Probably better. So. It's gonna take damage negation. We don't really need runes for much of anything. Or oh, we need runes to level up, but we're gonna get that either way. I don't know. I think Iron Eye is good, but some people act like he's the best character in the game, and well, I mean, he is good. I don't. Definitely not bad. I think he's almost like he's almost required if you want to do well in a 3-man. But for some people say like do Iron Eye for solo, but I don't know. You die so easily as Iron Eye. Like yeah, he's good, but he is really squishy. The melee characters, in my opinion, are the best. If you just want to like survive. Hard to die when you're 20 feet away from boss attacks. I mean, The thing is, in solo, though, that doesn't really apply as much. We can kill him, we just gotta be careful. I'm so scared. Oh, it's much easier to fight him in melee range. Much, much easier. I mean, successive attacks don't even work, but whatever. I mean, we're just using our main bow. Got us and drop a buff. I don't know what type of damage the guy does. I assume it's magic, yeah. Rather kill the boss up top, I think. It's been a while since I've seen an Air-Tree avatar. Here. Alright. Why'd you get so much? The boss at the top of the castle always just gives a lot. There's no point in killing this guy, he doesn't give any buffs. Dude, we have so many runes. What the hell? Like, we're level 15, we have 200k. What's going on? I guess we got double rune gain buff, but... If only there was one of the super merchants on the map. Be nice. I really want to mess around with this guy. He's kind of scary, actually. Wow, such good loot. Fog. Maybe there's some good up here. Never know. We don't really need stamina. I'm just gonna take the... I don't know, the magic damage negation. I mean, I don't know. It shouldn't really matter either way, but... There's a page. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, we need to be careful. Oh, he's... The boss is right here, chat. And I'm running into him. Take a little bit more HP. Oh, that's good. HP recovery. All right. Honestly, I think this is really all we need. $830k runes. Wow. That's crazy. All blues. Chilling Mist, magic damage, holy damage. Interesting. Can you see my relics? Yeah, I've got pretty good relics on him. I have this one. Honestly, duration of weak point, I don't even feel like you need it though. Because like you can just use weak point again to reapply it, but I don't think the duration really matters that much. I mean, I guess it's, but yeah, we also had the Evergaol one for damage. It's 3 seconds extra, yeah, like, but yeah, we had lightning damage start with Evergaol, damage up, skill character use, cooldown reduction. Yeah. All right. How was your bow proccing bleed? It's the effect. So I think there's actually like a translation error, or they updated it at some point. But there, you know the effect that's like blood something when HP is low. That one actually gives you blood on your weapon when you riposte, or maybe it does both. I don't know. Yeah, it's not correct. Yeah, we're doing, our last one is Guardian. So we're gonna do that on Night Aspect. Honestly, I guess the only other thing would be Do I have like a holy starting? I do have a starting armament deals holy damage. I don't know. It might... I mean, improved guard counters is nice, but... I think getting a guaranteed holy weapon is kind of big. So maybe we should start with... that instead. It's just, if we don't find a holy weapon, that's gonna kind of suck. So I guess... yeah, I guess we'll do that. Skill reduction is better. Yeah, but it's... the skill reduction is only for the whirlwind, which is fucking shit anyways. Maybe we have a holy damage. No, the whirlwind extension is shit. It is shit. Unless I have a good holy start weapon. Honestly, I think we just use this one. I don't know if we should start with holy or not though. I'm really not sure. I sell a good amount of my relics. It's just there's some that I want to keep. The problem is, it's like, just because you have blood loss on one relic doesn't mean that you don't want blood loss on other relics, because there's 4 different colors. It's like, yeah, you could have blood loss on a yellow relic, but then some character, you're going to need it on a different color. So it's like, it's hard to know what you're going to... I don't know. It's just, it's annoying. All right. Well, I don't know. It's either start with holy or do the guard counter one. I think starting with holy is good in case we get bad RNG. I mean, 15% damage isn't going to make or break. Yeah, I know I have skill reduction, but skill reduction is not my ultimate. It's the whirlwind, which is fucking shit. Like, okay, sure, I'll put it on, but the whirlwind is fucking borderline useless. So, like, who cares? He's losing time. No, that's okay. Oh, look, a holy camp right at the start. There's 2 holy camps. Pretty good. Well, we probably could have just started with... Well, we're not guaranteed to get a halberd necessarily. So. Alright. There might be a scarab we could kill here. No. No scarab. We're gonna go over here, buy a stone. I want to get this thing upgraded. That damage reduction. Ooh, nice at full HP. Perfect. Good. I don't know if I should check in here. Alright, we don't want to spend too much time here. I feel like we are kind of... I don't know, we're going kind of slow here. Need to speed things up a little bit. Alright, level 4, that's good. Ooh, a great shield. Okay. That's annoying. Check both of the chests and we don't get shit. Don't think you ever got a key from that one. Yeah, maybe you can't get a key from that one.
holy halberd with golden bow on it. It has slightly less damage, I'm not sure why, but... honestly, I don't think we need a purple shield, really. Do I try to kill this guy, man? I don't know, he's weak. He's resistant to holy, like I can't... I need a fire weapon. Actually gonna be miserable to try to kill this guy. I mean, I can do it, I just... yeah, like, look how low damage it. I feel like this just isn't worth it. Oh, we're already committed. This is miserable. Commanding the shield is not the way to go. What's up, Josh? Alright, we can use the shield now. I mean, I guess we'll go to the mines so we can upgrade this halberd, potentially. Although killing this mine is going to be terrible, too. Guess we'll just use a flesh. think we should just ditch this halberd. Like we just don't need it. I mean, it does slightly more damage than the other one, but doesn't really matter. Deal more damage while guarding. Yeah, that would be sweet, actually. Not bad. Alright, I mean, level 8 isn't bad, honestly, with all things considered. I mean, we don't even need the second stone. Actually, could upgrade the straight sword if we need it for whatever reason. I want to go to that church, but I don't want to fuck around too much. Alright, so after this, I think we go up to the church. Honestly, maybe we do the lightning ruins, and then we do the church, and then we go to the castle. I think that should be okay-ish. Yeah, we can upgrade our gear at the... upgrade our gear at the merchant. Come on. Do need to be careful because he has this like charge attack that he does in this form that is like actually really dangerous. Yeah, that's the one. wants to kill me with that. That is kind of scary. I probably shouldn't have tried to block that, to be honest, but I did. Dodging. I don't know. Thrusting counterattacks might have been good. But iframes are also nice. I don't know if I should do this lightning rune, but I'm going to. I want to go to the castle, but we're gonna finish everything there quite fast, so. HP, don't mind if I do. What the fuck, bro? The enemy is evading me so well. Just want to get one level. All right, to the castle. That's actually so bad. That's insanely unlucky. Because the thing is, it's gonna cost 35k, isn't it? This is so fucked up, actually. Luckily, that happened pretty early on. I mean, like, yeah, I could attack Libra, but it's... And the circle's not in... Oh my god, the circle's not on the castle. What do I take? Do you get any downside if you take these, chat? Okay. Dude, this is so fucked up that the... Oh, the fact that the castle isn't in the circle is horrible. It's actually so unlucky. Come on, Jelly Shield. Dude, I can't even. I'm not gonna be able to kill him in time. I'm going to get griefed if I try to do that. We just. We just got to go to the frost ruins and kill everything there. We just got to clear. We just got to clear camps. That's really all we can do now. Really unlucky. We could maybe get a jelly shield though at this camp coming up. Why not fight him in the hallway? Because the hallway isn't safe either. This has been a really... It's funny, like it's ironic that, you know, our final run is so unlucky. We're gonna be like level 13 on this run. I mean, I don't know if we even go for the jelly shield, to be honest. Come on, attack me, please. I mean, the thing is, there's just nowhere, like, good to go. I don't even have a stone sword key. We looted 2 locations, and we got no stone sword key either. Oh, we have a Silverfoot. Oh, shit. How I can't even...
cool. Got it. These camps are terrible too. Oh, everything here is fucking horrible, man. It's gonna end in the top right. Wish we had a stone sword key. And it's a fucking bell-bearing hunter. Fucking shit. We can't even kill him. We can't even kill him. We're not gonna have enough time. This has just been the shittiest fucking run of all time. Like, it's just, the game is just fucking me in every single possible way. It's actually kind of impressive. It is, like, actually impressive, though, how unlucky we got with this run. Like, genuinely, like, it... Am I killing jellies? I'm just trying to get runes.
not activate the shield because I'm killing pleb enemies? I don't know. Is he really fucking doing that again? Oh, he's... such a fun situation to be in. Wow. Fucking outside the circle and farting all over the place. Get over here, you idiot. I think I would rather get Lance Breaking. Maybe attack power. Well, we do holy damage with our weapon though, so. Alright. Oh man. What a fucking mess of a run, man. Like we are going to the castle and then we get the Libra events and then we get Bellbear. Like it was just non-stop nonsense. All right, we definitely want to get level 12. I don't think we want to go past. Well, we can't go past level 12 actually. So whatever. We'll go crab. The bubble tier. Actually, I don't know if the bubble tier. I think we go for the starlight shards, maybe. His spam phase is like incredibly easy. He barely does anything. Keep runes for the buff guys. It's like 2 fucking damage. It's literally nothing. No revive. If I revive, then the run's over. GG.
And you take a different Libra buff, but because he had like fucking 6 buffs, and I had little time, and I don't fucking do the Libra thing very often. So. GG! We did it! All 8 bosses deathless in a row. No deaths, no revives. Finish it with the best class in the game. I'm just kidding. Guardian's pretty good though. It was actually, it's pretty sick that you can double guard counter his like blue sword attack. I didn't actually, I wasn't sure if I would have enough time. Do it without shield. I mean but what do you mean do it without shield? That's like literally what the character's built around using. Alright. GG. Is it doable with a fresh save without a lot of relics? Yeah, I mean, of course it's doable. Honestly, some of the relics are like pretty... I think doing it without relics just makes it more RNG. Because like, you might not be able to start with a specific element. Is that my first try? It was my second try. We died once to Gladius, and I think we did it second try.
A Guardian is good, man. Not for every fight, but... Oh yeah, Page ended a run too. Yeah, you're right. So I guess I lost... It was my third try then. We almost died though. On like Nightlord 5, we almost died. To the Page killed me and I continued to the wolf. Well, yeah, but then I reset after I killed him. Oh wait, I guess you're saying that was the same run? Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I didn't actually die to Gladius. I died to the Page during the Gladius expedition. I guess it was still second try. I don't know. But yeah, we almost died when we were on Executor to the Crystalians. I was like fighting one of the Crystalians and the mage hit me with his like magic spray. And that got me down to like 5% health. Yeah, what do you want me to call it? He like sprays you with his magic. Yeah, the Crystal Torrent. Are you gonna do a bow-only run on Liza P? I don't know, maybe. You also almost died on the first camp with the Raider. It was not that close. We got to like half health. Alright. Yeah, I'll be back. We had a few close calls. I think the closest we were to dying was the Crystalians and Sentient Pest. We almost died to pests on Recluse. I think we got down to like 10% health as well. Now do it level 1. All bosses, Revenant, no death. Yeah, honestly, Recluse or Revenant, like, no death is definitely the hardest, but it's also kind of boring just doing the same class for 8 bosses in a row. I mean, Recluse can do insane damage. It's just... The thing about the caster class... Hold on. The thing about the caster classes in this game is that you're set to a specific amount of health. Like, in base game Elden Ring, you can play a caster, but you can still get your health up to 60 vigor. You know, there's nothing stopping you. But in this game, you're just locked to such a tiny health pool. And then the storm does a fixed amount of damage, so you just die twice as fast to the storm. So you can't even, like, mess around in the storm as a caster either. I don't know, it's really stupid. Yeah, the storm is fixed. It's not percentage based. So tanky characters just survive twice as long in the storm. It's really stupid. I don't know if we're gonna do more Nightreign after this. I mean, I'm not sure. We might switch over to like a horror game, or maybe we'll do the RE4 OG rando. Maybe we'll start Death Stranding. PoE? No, we're not gonna do PoE. I mean, I had fun with the PoE sponsor, but I know that most of you guys have no interest in watching PoE, and that's fine. I mean, PoE is like. I was saying the last time I streamed it that PoE is a game that's more fun to play than to watch. Not to say that there isn't people who can make it entertaining, but it's just so much of the game is just like kind of mindless. Like you really need to get to the late game where things start getting more dangerous, like the end game super bosses and whatnot. Man, what a brutal, that was such a brutal run though. I mean, maybe my like pathing wasn't the best, but I was like ready to go to the castle at the start of day 2, and then fucking Libra invasion happened. Show relics. Yeah, it was nice that we actually got the jellyfish shield. These are the relics I have. I have Knight of the Champion. This is like an amazing Rune for Guardian. And then I had starting armament deals holy damage just because I didn't want to... I didn't want to potentially get screwed over not getting a holy weapon. But this is the one I normally use. Gives improved guard counters. If Guardian has really good relics, man, I feel like the damage could get so good. Because I mean... hypothetically, right? I think the god tier relic setup would be. I don't know if you can get guard counter as given a boost based on current health and improved guard counters on the same one. I mean, they're separate effects, so technically you should be able to. But if you could get guard counter as given a boost and then guard counter up or improved guard counter on all 3, and then you also had Evergaol damage buff. And you had like damage on halberds as well, you would legitimately do like double damage with Guardian. No, you don't need +3 vigor. Definitely not on Guardian. You don't need stats. Like straight damage % increases are like the best thing. Also, what's going on, Oro? What is up? My last run, we did Guardian on Night Aspect, and it was like such an unlucky run, man. We got bell-bearing hunters all over the place, and like Deathrite Bird, and then well, I don't know if it was Deathrite Bird actually, but we got the Libra invasion. Like we were gonna go. Yeah, I only ended the run on level 12. I mean, we still beat the run, so it doesn't really matter, but we were about to go to the castle at the center of the map, and then Libra invades, and I have no runes, so I have to go farm some like shitty camp for like 30k runes just to pay him off, because I'm not, I mean, it's like deathless, and I really don't want to fight Libra with like reduced HP. So Yeah, I have to farm. I have to farm just to pay off Libra. And then the circle doesn't end on the castle, so I can't even do the castle day 2. So yeah, it was really rough. But you know what? It was okay. We still hit level 12. I mean, that's where you hit the soft caps or whatever, so. Your Duchess build. My Duchess. I was doing the poison and the chilling mist. Relics. And the coin. I don't know if the coin is very good. You probably could have what? Killed Libra? I mean, I could have, but I also could have lost 5 hours of my life and died to him. Because all he needs to do is madness proc me, and then hit me once and I'm dead. Well, maybe not on Guardian. I was pretty tanky, but nevertheless. No, the open world Libra isn't as strong. Yeah, we had to run like all over the map too. That was rough. Would you do Deathless level 1? I mean, I could, but it's a 5-hour run, and I'm not good enough at the bosses to do them Deathless at level 1. I mean, if I get good enough RNG, I should clarify. If I get good enough RNG, I could do it currently, but the thing is, at level 1, if you do not get an item that gives damage negation at full HP, if you don't get a damage negation at full health, you cannot survive anything. So then it basically turns into a no-hit run. The thing is, if you get lucky and you get 1 or 2 damage negations at full health, then you can actually survive like any hit in the game. And it also depends, you know, are you doing it level 1 with a different class for every boss? Or are you doing it with just Iron Eye? Because, like, Iron Eye makes this game fucking baby easy mode. Iron Eye is really fucking stupid, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. Like, Iron Eye is... just the fact... I don't know, man. The fact... I'm okay with them giving the iframes on Iron Eye's move, but he really shouldn't have 2 uses of his ability. Didn't you say he's not that strong? But you're misconstruing what I'm talking about. I'm not saying he's the best character in the game. He is the best character in the game, however, for doing hitless, because you can completely negate very, very dangerous attacks from many bosses, and you have 2 instances of this iframe dodge. So yeah, I mean, no hitting with Iron Eye is insanely strong. And the thing is, if you're doing a level 1 run, you know, you are kind of doing a no-hit run if you don't get lucky. And on top of that, Iron Eye's mark does so much damage when it procs, and it does the same amount of damage regardless of what level you are. So the power of the mark is the same regardless of your level. Whereas, you know, with the other most of the class's abilities scale based on your level, right? Like, for example, on Wilder, your ult will do more damage the higher level you are. Guardian, your Whirlwind will do more damage. Your ult, same thing. Iron Eye's ult will do more damage, but his mark always does a fixed amount. It's like a bleed proc, or like a frostbite proc. So, I don't know. I think Iron Eye at level 1 is just easily the best. Well, okay, I shouldn't say easily the best, because Executor, being able to start with Frostbite, Poison, and Bleed on 1 weapon as Executor is kind of insane. I think either Executor or Iron Eye is the best for no-hit. I think it's easier to dodge attacks with Iron Eye, but Executor probably kills the bosses faster, as long as you can actually afflict them with all of those status effects.
Alright, I'm going full yap. Kinda wanna make a save file before I roll these. Or maybe I should just hold off and just keep piling up more merc. I kinda wanna get like 100k merc and then just make a save file. You could just run melee Iron Eye with double status and mark. But you can't, he doesn't have a melee starting weapon though, right? So you're not gonna have double status. Like you can't start with double status on Iron Eye. Because that Executor's the only one that starts with like a status effect innately on his weapon, right? And you can't, if you loot something, you can't get. Juno was running Duchess at level 1. Yeah, I mean the restage is good for the status effects, so that's fair. I mean I could see Duchess also being. I think Duchess goes in with Iron Eye and Executor because you're basically getting double effectiveness out of status procs. I guess you can't apply status effect as easily, but it's just as Duchess you don't get bleed by default, I guess. So you need to but you can always you can always find a weapon with bleed and just like switch to it. I do think having 2 statuses on one weapon is just crazy though, because it's the only Executor is the only instance in the game where you can get double status on a weapon, or well, sorry, triple status I guess I should say, because technically you could get, you know, you could find a weapon in the game with bleed on it plus chilling mist or something, but yeah. Can have a relic that gives Iron Eye poison after the ult. Yeah, that's true. But that's not... I'm not even... How does that poison one on Iron Eye work? Does it just like apply it to the boss when you hit them? Or does it buff your weapon? Duchess is very safe. Yeah, I mean the double dodge. I wonder when you double dodge on Duchess, how many iframes do you actually like lose out on? Or sorry, I should say, how many iframes are there between dodges, or rather lack of iframes? Like if you just spam it, like what percentage of the dodge timing, or like how many active iframes do you have if you're just sitting and spamming it? You know what I mean? Like with how much you could spam it, you might be able to just like genuinely spam it and just dodge like everything almost. There's a big pause of iframes. There probably is, yeah. What about... Yeah, I mean, there's definitely still like window where you can get hit. Either way, though, it is very strong. Because the thing is, if you dodge too early on her, you're basically going to dodge the attack either way. The only thing that's going to get you killed is dodging too late, I guess. Spamming dodge to close distance on a boss is faster and more stamina efficient than surge sprint. I mean, I could see it with how much surge sprint. That's all dodges. I mean, kind of. A lot of the time, though, if you dodge too like on a normal character, if you dodge too early, then you can't start your second dodge before you get hit. You know what I mean? Because I think the two dodges chain together in a way where there's no period where you don't have iframes during the two dodges. You can get hit during them. I don't know, man. Doesn't seem like... The second dodge starts while in iframes for the first dodge. Yeah. Probably just have to spam fast enough. Have you tried relic swapping on her yet? I believe, yeah, I can imagine that being pretty good. You can dodge Aurora by spamming dodge. Duchess plus improved dodge. Yeah, that must be pretty crazy. My Raider relics. Yeah, this is what I have right now. This one, by the way, defeating enemies fills more of the art gauge. It fills up the Raider ult so fast. Like, I'm not even kidding. If you kill like 5 or 6 enemies, you just get your ult back. It actually gives so much. I don't know. There's a lot of good relics in the game, but there's also a lot of really bad ones. Yeah, I have attack boost per Evergaol on some relics. I think my best one is I have attack power for each Evergaol and lightning damage start, which is really good for, well, what, Augur and Dark Drift, I guess. Alright, well, anyways, enough yapping. We should probably figure out what we're gonna do next, chat. The relics don't tell you how much they changed. That's just classic From Software, dude. Anyways, no, we've only been streaming for 4 hours. We could do the RE4 rando. I gotta say though, I don't like the RE4 OG rando as much as I do. Like the remake rando was just, it was like, I was talking to Salad about it, and he said that, you know, the RE4 remake rando like spoiled us a bit, and it's honestly true. The RE4 remake rando was just so good. Any tips for Dark Drift Knight as solo Iron Eye? If you really, my number one advice, if you want to kill bosses solo, if you don't mind fishing for RNG, what you can do is you just queue up. Well, getting lightning on your starting weapon is good, but past that, just reset your run over and over again until you get the merchant town. It's like a very specific icon, so like we didn't get it this time. I mean, it can take a few minutes, but the thing is, the run is like 40 minutes long anyways, so resetting is so fun. I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of annoying that the merchant town isn't guaranteed, because when you get it, it's so useful. If you get this merchant town in a run, you get a guaranteed revive. You get a Dragon Crest Shield Talisman, which gives you defense. You can get Ritual Sword, which gives you offense. And then on top of that, I don't think the chance of it spawning is that rare either. But yeah, you get an extra res, you get guaranteed good talismans. You can upgrade a weapon to purple without needing to go into a mine. Sometimes the town doesn't show on the map, even though it's still present. Really? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do this, but I do think it's one of the most impactful things that you can do solo that will make your run significantly easier. You just need to make sure to have enough runes when you go to the town. You need, like, I would say 60 or 70,000. Brother is not going to get that much money. I mean, with the boost to rune gain, as long as you just clear the castle, like if you kill the boss at the bottom and top of the castle, that's like plus 200k runes, just right there. Your win-loss would never recover from this. Yeah, that's the only thing. If you care about your stats, like every time you leave a match, you know, it's just gonna say, I guess it counts as a loss, potentially. I'm not sure. '28 win streak. Have I played Peak? No, not yet. I've heard good things about it, though. Wow, Guardian is my most played character now, chat. Times have changed. I've barely played Duchess. Bird boy. I like the bird, honestly. The guy... Man, I want to see how much damage Guardian can do with, like, best in slot relics. I honestly think... I don't know. I feel like he could kill some of the bosses probably the fastest out of, like... out of everything. Gino had one Revenant run where he killed the final boss, and that's all. Yeah. Hello, Master Wolf. Because with the right relics on Guardian, you can make his guard counters get like double to triple damage, I'm pretty sure. Because you could... hypothetically, you could have 45% improved guard counters, and then the guard counter based on HP, which is another like plus 200 damage at level 15. And then you also could have Evergaol buff, which is going to be like 15 to 30% damage per run. You could get improved damage on halberds for like... I think there's an improved damage on halberds, right? I think there's one for like every type of weapon class. And those are what, like 9% or something? Yeah, I mean, you would have almost... you could almost get nearly plus 100% damage. I feel like most of your damage from Guardian comes from the Reflect. I mean, the guard counter can do insane damage, though. Like, I had one run where I had Jellyfish Shield, I had Golden Vow, Was it Golden Vow or... actually, no, I think it was just Exalted Flesh. I had Jellyfish Shield, Exalted Flesh, like a few items with improved guard counters on them. And then I also had like I don't know. On that run, I did my guard counters were doing 2,000 damage to Gladius. And that's with the relics that I have like right now. I mean, imagine if I had relics that increased the damage by 50% more. That would be doing 3,000 damage. Like, I genuinely think on Guardian, you could get your guard counters doing probably like 3, maybe 4,000 damage. Which I don't think any other character can hit that hard. Maybe... Fuck, I don't know. That was fun though, doing a different character for every boss. Nightreign is flush now. The Guardian video that one-shot the night boss. That sounds like cheats. There are people who are cheating their relics and just one-shotting bosses, which is incredibly cringe. That's sad, actually. Yeah, it really is, because, like, why even play the game at that point? Okay, you know what? I love Orch, but there was so Orchlon, the Resident Evil speedrunner. Sorry, I'm not trying to like call him her out or anything. Anyways, Orch was playing. He was doing his first playthrough of Dark Souls 3, and I was like, oh shit, he's finally like playing a Souls game. He was doing his first playthrough of Dark Souls 3, and he got so frustrated that he downloaded cheats and set his character to like level 700, and I like maxed out his weapon or something. I don't know. He was just like, and I went into his stream, and I was like, are you fuck? I didn't say it, but I was like, is he fucking serious, dude? But I think he felt bad about it, and he ended up restarting and making like a new character. I don't know if he ever beat the game though. Curious to see a run with perfect relics. The thing about making perfect relics is, you know, people might make I was thinking about messing around with the relic editor, but the thing about the relics is you don't know what is possible. You know what I mean? Like, the game might have systems in place to prevent you from getting 3 like damage boosting effects on the same relic. So like, you could make a perfect relic, but it might not even be possible to actually get that relic in the game. You know what I mean? Yo, Jericho, thank you for the 6 months. Sorry that makes you feel that cheat, but no, it's just random things combining together and farming a lot of HP turn into damage. Okay, I mean... yeah, I mean, I believe it, but there are also people cheating that can one-shot a boss, so... I mean, if it was like a streamer or something, then sure. I mean, I could potentially see you getting good enough RNG where you could one-shot a boss, but you would need such incredible luck. Because I know you can get a lot of damage with like the Libra event. Because you can get more damage based on how many runes you have. Cheating, like using a trainer. No, people are cheating. People are editing their relics, and this is also happening on console. People are editing their relics and basically setting the. They're basically making relics with +2 physical attack on every single relic, but you can also stack it. So there will be people with, you know, a relic with +2 fizz 3 times on each, but then it's like more than that because I mean 9 instances of +2 attack would only be 5%, 9 times, which is 45%, but that's also, it's multiplicative, so it would be a bit more than that. But either way, that's not enough to one-shot a boss, so there's something else going on. Why cheat in a PvE game? I don't know, man. People will cheat in anything. It's just, unfortunately, some people don't like to... Some people just... It's not that surprising. People will take the easy way to accomplish things in all sorts of avenues of life. It's not just video games. People will cheat in all sorts of things. Where's the satisfaction? Well, for them, it's satisfying. Obviously, that doesn't apply to everybody because otherwise more people would cheat. A lot of people do understand that, you know, you're taking satisfaction away from yourself, but yeah, people are going to cheat no matter what. Maybe to just have fun. Well, the thing is, this is a multiplayer game, so if somebody's joining your lobby and then instantly one-shotting the boss, they're wasting your time and taking away your potential enjoyment of the game because they're just like, it's not, I wouldn't want to queue up with randoms and have some guy just one-shot every boss. That would just be incredibly fucking lame. You were cheating with Cheat Engine last week? Not online with other people. And I was practicing the game. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna go get a drink. I will be right back. And then we will decide what we're gonna do. Sorry, I'm just sitting here yapping in the round table. I'll be right back. Oh. I have some tiramisu in the fridge. Oh, it's so good. Just had a little bit. All right. Yeah, Still Wakes the Deep was good. There's a DLC coming out for it tomorrow as well. Can one shot the Night Lord with the grafted sword? I don't know. I don't really think so, but maybe. No, we got a nice dinner last night. It was not the French onion soup, but I still can't believe frickin' Dance came in and donated $9,000. Fucking man, it's crazy.